Yes, it's Romancing Saga 3. And I'm gonna do something in this game I've never actually done. And yes, the last boss of this game is absolute fucking bullshit. The Destroyer is one of the hardest bosses I've ever fought in a Saga game. But yeah, so I have New Game Plus. We're not gonna do that. No previous save data, but with the additional content, of course. There's one particular route of this game where using the commander mode function is pretty much encouraged, and that's playing as Saren. I've never done this because I dislike the way commander mode was done in the Super Nintendo version. You don't have control over your party. Everything is basically just hitting like auto battle and a dictated sort of command flow. I'm gonna do a playthrough of Sarah because I haven't beaten the game with her, so that'll help too. But we're only gonna use commander mode. And you'll see how this this sort of engine plays. If I could push the right buttons. Sarah will almost never be in a battle using commander mode. She will not get used in fight. Very interesting sort of mechanic. It's also the only way you can do unite attacks in RS3. Mostly, it's not going to matter what we pick for her Star of Destiny. But we'll build her like I was gonna use her as if I needed to have her on the battlefield. Signature weapon is gonna be the bow. And there you go. She's not actually... She'd actually be a really fucking good mage. That's unfortunate. I'd love to have this game remade like the way they did Revenge of the Seven. I think it'd be incredible. I mean, this technically is the port of the mobile remake, which is mostly a port of the Super Nintendo version, but it's also the same sort of thing like my copy of Romancing Saga 2. I don't have Revenge of the Seven, unfortunately. I have the mobile port. And this is on PlayStation 4, of course. I was debating doing the Thomas route because I kind of wanted to play the like cool mini game where you buy out capitals and all kinds of industry and shit to make, what is it, 100 million money? Like, the mini game is really fun, and I think you can still play it as the other characters, but it's more just for fun at that point. Thomas has a storyline invested in doing the mini game where no one else does. But I decided I wanted to try commander mode, and I'm gonna try to reformat my feeling on how I viewed commander mode in the past. I can honestly say, in my experience of playing RS3, I like just being able to play the battles normally a lot better, but we'll see how Commander mode flows. He does, apparently. You know, surprisingly, that character down there with Monica, that's the guy I named Matt last time I played through the game. It's also the only character I had that beat the PlayStation 4 version. I've beaten it several times on the SNES ROM translate, but the only save I have completed is Matt doing it. The problem with swapping off of Commander mode, I suppose spoiler alert for anybody that wants it to be kept, but yeah, so spoiler alert, as best as I can recall, I don't think you can fight the last battle not Commander mode if you have Sarah as your main character. I think it's forced. And this is only a thing with Sarah. Like, you can Commander mode any of the main characters, but Sarah has, like, this whole storyline built for using that mechanic. Or, as we have her now, Sariel. Or, no, I named her Saren. That's right. Unfortunately, you can't get Monica on all but, like, two storylines, I think, maybe. Obviously, you can get her on her own, and I know you can get her on Julian's quest. She's in my party for that. She basically starts the game with you for that. Alright. Let's do this. So, for Commander mode, you put Saren in the back there. Now we're in Commander mode. Only in Commander mode do you get, like, formation abilities like this and fusion magic, which fusion magic you gotta find in chests to do, like, unite attacks and stuff. Unusual system, but I really wanna give it a go. So basically, your equipment is borderline pointless, because you're never gonna get to too many real battles, not very often. I'm gonna leave her with a bomb because I think she can use items as, like, a free action between the turns. So, we'll see that in a moment. I feel I remember that much, at least. So, in a particular way, I like my equipment laid out. You're a martial artist. I know the world loves making you an axe user, but not to me. You use martial arts. You're a spear guy. You know, Monica, it would probably help if you had brought a bit more defense with you, but, you know. I wonder if you could use fairy stones. We're gonna find out real quick. So if a skill is in red like that, like Tomahawk is here, you know it, but you haven't mastered it. So if I disequip it, it's gone forever. It's not the standard sort of glimmering that you get in most other SaGa games. You have to glimmer the skill and then use it a bunch to master it. And then it, nobody knows one. Then it'll turn into a black one. Then you just take it off. So you master the skill where you won't be able to use it until you glimmer it again. Did anybody start with magic? I don't know why I bother checking Saren. Thomas always starts with water magic, but it's never going to get used. In fact, I don't think magic's going to get used much outside of formation power. Oh, no, I just left his name Julian. I thought I named him Matt first. That must have been the Super Nintendo save I was thinking of. Alright, let's see how Commander Mode is. You'll see Saren run right off the field there. This is going to be just as much of a learning experience for me as anything else. Okay, so you'll use your magic in some of these strategies. Stun enemies before unleashing the skill. That's a pretty smart tactic. Formation, then attack. This is going to be a lot of something, right? Okay, so yeah, backpack then, since we didn't equip the quality bomb, then Saren just has access to the entire backpack. So that's interesting. Alright guys, go ahead. I have no control over what you do. Except Herrick just took the battle himself. Be nice if anybody would glimmer. Because SaGa? If you're dashing when you run into an enemy, the enemy has to, will automatically break your formation. So you'll see a lot of times I stop running when I get close to an enemy, just so that I can stay in formation. Maybe Commander Mode? Commander Mode might give regen since you have no actual control otherwise how to heal your party by, like, casting a spell. They might choose to do it. We'll find out. Yeah, so this is what happens if I'm holding down dash while I get into a battle. Formation broken. Glimmer. Hey, she mastered it on the first usage. That's cool. Unfortunately, Monica's going to leave the party relatively soon anyway, so I don't really care how good she gets. So let's see, if I disequip the rest of these bombs and that fairy stone, can I use them from backpack normally or something? I sure can. Alright, so that's kind of cool. I can change formation style too on the fly. Well, I guess they will use their magic. So, if that's what they choose to do. Okay. I can't stop them. Well, not efficiently anyways, I suppose. Saren just fucking books it off the battlefield. Like, no, I'm out of here. Quick saving this. Thought there was. It'll come to me if there is. Someone's doing all the work in this party. Off-screen cowering. She's like, nope, I'm not gonna fight. To hell with this. That's gotta be commander mode that gives the regen. I wonder what happens when I hit 9 of 9. You really think Squall is going to do much more than your plans? Okay. Water field effect. That's one thing with RS3, it does have elemental field types. And a lot of that ends up becoming the enemy gets regen off it. Off of certain elements, of course. So you'll usually want to start working against the element on the field with the opposite one to break that up. But water like this isn't really causing any issue. Glimmer. The first hit on Artful Slash always misses. So don't think that's like a bad thing. It's designed that way. It's like a feint. The Super Nintendo version did it too. Oh man, Commander mode is already making me scratch my head. Filthy Godwin, for anybody that's ever played Seek It in 5. Yeah, until he tries to bite your sister's neck, which doesn't actually happen in the game, but he sure wants to. Also, anybody that knew the MMO Romancing Saga Reuniverse, Monica was pretty much the banner character for it. Like, she was the standout sort of personality they chose to put on most of the promotional art for it. It's too bad we won't see too much more of Monica. Not in this playthrough. Oh no, we lose our giant power. Everyone else was doing like 12s and shit. He was doing 200s. Hey, you didn't miss much. I was just talking about RS Reuniverse. No, you are a little girl still because you run off the battlefield and make everyone else deal with it. But now we're down in party. Just gonna have to make things work now. Well, at least you were kind enough to give your sister an armor. Jerk. Everyone else has gear. And Saren's gear apparently doesn't matter, so... Now we need a new formation. Oh god, you can only do commander mode when you have 6 people. Hey, Saren, look, you actually get to fight. Yeah. Sure is a good thing I actually built you. I liked Reuniverse, but like most games that we got over here, they closed it after a very short time, and it's still going in Japan. Well, remember how I said there'd be very little time for Saren to actually see combat? This is what normal combat's actually like. Quit glimmering, you're not gonna need it. She's like, I want to fight too. No. Doing commander mode. Apparently I need a full party to do that, which I do not remember. So we get some normal gameplay for a little bit. After the event up here in Peruri, or however the hell it's pronounced, you know, the party is gonna all go their own way, and I'll be able to go recruit who I want to get, mostly. I'm not gonna bother trying to get, like, the Fairy character, Peony, I think they renamed her too in this. Because recruiting Peony is an absolute pain in the ass and kind of a later game pickup. More like middle, I suppose. So I'm probably just going to get most of these characters back, since everyone but Monica can be gotten back relatively easy. Maybe not Julian. I'm trying to remember where Julian is. He might be in the palace where you can't access yet. So we might need somebody else. But we'll have Thomas and Ellen. I can at least say that much. They're recruitable on everyone's storyline. Look at you fighting, Saren. You must be so proud. You know, as soon as I get a full party again, you're gonna fuck back out. We're going back to commander mode. How's the evening out there, Dark? You're really trying to power up, Monica. You can't keep it. Well, I guess you can, but you're not going to be any value to me. So you leave and I can't recruit you. Glimmer, kick. Damn wind weather. Alright, let's try to turn out the water so the enemy stops regenerating. What did you order for food? At least killed the wind weather. That's a plus. Warning, this pizza won't cook correctly. Oh god, I remember when you guys did that. Damn you killing Ellen before the battle. Before the battle ended. Fudari. Ugh. Yeah, alright. You, enjoy that. I probably should have ate at some point today, too. How much money do I have? 115. I don't think I can buy any. Moon Magic's not here. It's up in its own dedicated house. I don't know if I can afford it, but I'm gonna try. Because if they're just gonna use stuff I give them on their own, oh. Smart me, apparently. Yeah, if they're just gonna use stuff on their own anyways, I might as well, pick them some stuff up. This Lunar Arts is sold. Well, you already have water magic. you know, come to think of it, if I'm gonna get anybody to be a, like, better mage, I might as well get Undine, or, Undine. Undine's a bit of a pain in the ass to get, but she's a lot easier to get a lot earlier than, Peony. So, you know, we'll pass on Winter Arts for now. I'll just build a dedicated mage somewhere. It would be Saren, but, you know, kinda have to plunk her into commander mode. I really like the chip setting in RS3. Like, the mapping for the Euro was just so good. Yep, you get your own room, apparently. Yay, treasure cave. I mean, they call it a treasure cave, but it's mandatory to go complete. And it's also the last part of the prologue here. I love the way RS3 does its map system, too. Everything by, like, these sections. Unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot of places we can go to yet other than, Midori and the cave. Earthfield. Formation really isn't going to so much matter while we're like this. So, you know, the more I think about it, Fulbright is really huge in this game. I'm not a particular fan of his character sprite, but he's a really powerful mage. And he's extremely early to get. I'm gonna have to think while we're in here on a party build who I can actually get. Glimmer. Yeah, you could get the Fat Robin and the normal Robin. If I remember the stat breakdown, for some reason the Fat Robin's actually got better speed. I might be wrong about that, but I feel like that was right. They're both actually not bad characters. The Robin subquest, I have to remember how to unlock. I know it's a whole lot of talking to a bunch of random people in town and watching events. think you can do it all at once, and then you have no control which Robin can join. They just sort of randomize when you go to recruit them. Oh, we could get Robin. He'd be alright, because he's pretty good with Rapier. And Rapier is one of the better weapons I feel in this game. These things are beating my ass. Well, Donabellin keeps kicking it for 182. Master kick. Well, at least I don't have to worry about that disappearing. If I remember right, I think you come out that cave at the end of this course, so I'm just gonna head down here. Yeah, you know what? We'll try to get Robin. Robin has the best music for a character ever. Like, his character theme's awesome. It also was used in another RS game. Imperial Saga, I think? With a, you know, obviously a more kicked up and remixed version of it. But I don't believe we got Imperial Saga. There's one other character I know of that I haven't actually had before. I'm trying to remember what his name is. Because the requirements to get him are ridiculous, and I always deemed it a waste of time. Which, it's a trophy, so I kind of still need it. You know, recruit X. What the fuck is his name? He's really early and very missable if you don't do it early enough, too. Paul. That's it. His name's Paul. I've never recruited Paul. I've always deemed that the quest line to do it's kind of annoying, and it's such a small window to try to do. I'm usually past it before I even think, oh, maybe I should have done that. Paul's supposed to be a good character. Stat-wise, anyways. Like, I've never had them, not even in Super Nintendo. Well, Super Famicom, I guess, would be correct. I'm probably not gonna bother with that either, because I don't want to look up the steps to go get them and jump all those hoops. Another really good character that takes a lot of hoop jumping is Captain Black. Because you get this really nerf weak version of him until you beat one of the 4 great bosses of the game. But he has to be in your party when you beat that boss, or he never gets his full power back. So it really sucks. I have done that. This staff, if you clock your party members with it, heals them. At that rate, it would be Ellen, which we're gonna get anyways. Probably Muse. Muse is a bit of work to get, but if she's early enough, I would consider putting Muse on the table. I'm alright with that. I just hate the dream sequence to get Muse, but it's partially storyline. Muse is also a really good Rapier user, to be fair. Because Nora the blacksmith you can get pretty much right at the start as soon as we're done in here. Either let her join or tell her not to join and she just works in the blacksmithery, which I'd be okay letting her just join just to make sure I have got party members filled out. Undine would be incredible, but Undine's really gonna be some work. I have to get lucky to get Undine as early as I want to. Hey, shell bracers. So, if that's gonna be the case... I guess we won't get Thomas back. Ellen's basically free. Let's see, Ellen, Nora... Muse is in the game a bit. I've got to get a full party before... Wow. I need a full party to go back to Commander mode. We might have to get some temporary folk and kick them out over the way. That's probably more of the course that's going to happen. Thinking about it, because you have to beat a really powerful fire mage named Volcano to get Undine. So, I'm going to want a party for that. And Volcano's an asshole. Which is really weird, because Undine's a water mage, Volcano's a fire mage. They both want the same thing. You help one or the other, you can't get the thing that they both want. But if you turn on both of them, you can get the thing they want. You can recruit Undine if you kill Volcano, but you can't recruit Volcano if you kill Undine. Volcano's not a playable character. I don't know why. I also think Volcano is playable in some of the RS crossover games. Like, I think he's on one of the card games that came out. I think you could have got him in Re-Universe. I don't know why you can't get him in RS3 normally. And the Professor. The Professor would be a character I really want to have too, but she's not playable in the game either. It has a whole lot of weird subplots. Professor's also the only way, if you follow her sub-story all the way through, to do the cool, like, magical tank battle. There's one fight in the entire game where you ride on a car fighting another car. Just one. It's got its own battle music, it's got its own battle mechanics. It's fucking incredible to watch. We're gonna do it, of course. It might be a little difficult with Saren now that I think about it, because that's not a commander mode sort of battle. But we'll see what happens. It is absolutely silly. If anyone hasn't seen the magical tank battle or heard the track for it, I recommend looking it up on YouTube. Uses a little bit of the same mechanics as the Gwaine Sky battle. Like, there's a fight in the game if you choose to fight one of the 4 great bosses where you can ride on a dragon and fight the boss mid-air, where it's just the main character that you picked, so for us, Saren here, and the dragon. And you're doing this cool mid-air, like, combat fight. And it's the only battle in the game that does that, and if you go fight the boss normally, you don't get the cool mid-air battle. This game's got military battles in it, which are mostly about, they're more prominent in Monica's brother's storyline, Mikhail. But you can do, I think, two of them without being Mikhail. One, mostly just for fun and free money, which we're gonna do, for sure. Tonight, even. And the other, I think, is at the, like, third to last dungeon. And I think it's mandatory, if I remember that event line right. But they put so much into RS3, and it kind of just goes under the radar. Alright, Monica, cough it up, because you're leaving. I would keep you, but you're not recruitable. I'm not sure I can get Julian back. I can't remember where he is. Everyone else I know I can get. There we go. That's Monica in her princess dress. With her weird hat. Katarina is not recruitable on anyone's storyline. You can only play her on her own. A lot like Blue in SaGa Frontier or Red. Now, obviously, you can have them all together in remasters like ending routes, but yep, everyone's gone. Talk to you twice. Sure you are. We also need Thomas to get, Muse, so he's gonna have to. He's gonna have to join in. Well, we got Khalid back. I didn't actually anticipate that. I guess you're here for now. His special thing is about using curved swords. Khalid's storyline is interesting. I've never actually used him as a main character, though. Yeah, he's one of the 8 main characters, and he's recruitable, I think, to most everybody. But you normally pick him up in a city called Lance instead of here. Oh, you're in the party for now. Unlocking new cities and places involves talking to folk. So you kind of got to hear about where places are at. Climbing Mount Tafton is how you fight that boss I was talking about with the dragon battle the normal way. Instead of the fun, you know, exciting way. That's the minstrel. He's pretty much the minstrel that you would expect to have seen in RS1 and 2 even. I actually think his sprite is incredibly similar to the 1 and 2. I don't want the minstrel in my party. So, you know, it would be a lore. But he is the minstrel. Oh god, you know, Tatiana, or whatever the fuck name she wants to give herself, could be a character I've never really needed to use either. She's incredibly difficult to get out of the party once she joins. You have to go to a specific city, then she yells at you for visiting it. And she changes her name every time you have her join you. She's also stuck to a really weak accessory. I'll pass. I'm not gonna bother with Tatiana. Because she might name herself, like, Snack Cake or Milfouette or something. She changes her name on Snacks. And it's always different every time you get her back in the party. But her real name's Tatiana. Dolphin. There's a game I haven't touched in an incredibly long time. Either of the Echo Dolphin games. Why did that take me to Zweg? Talk about not paying attention. Shinnen is a pain in the ass. I will go as long as possible without dealing with him. Shinnen's also storyline. So, that long as possible is going to be until they force it. I don't want to be here. This place sucks. I don't think there's anybody to recruit here either. I mean, it has the best viable spear in the game. Wow, I've got a lot of money. Yeah, that's best buyable. I think you can wear boots with full suits. No. It's full suit jacket, or full suit clothes and accessories. Hey Saren, you want some boots? Maybe someone's shirt? Over there. Someone around here should tell me about the Yeah, the eccentric inventor. But we're not going to go to Westos yet, because you can't recruit the professor anyways. Just sad. I really need to get to Bedona. To Bedona, yes. This will be good, because we'll be able to fill our party back up, and I'll be able to go back to Commander mode. I figured you just ate out of the box. I'm a friend of Thomas's. I'm here to, you know, join up. But I don't think he can right away. Yeah, we gotta follow him down the Muse, but we're gonna get Nora while we're up here, which is right down these stairs, for the blacksmithery. I am not getting Tatiana. Absolutely not. I hate characters with forced equips. Especially bad forced equips that you can't take off of them. Yep, join us, Nora. Now you can start having specific weapons crafted, and armors too. Well, you're gonna be the club user, so you can have the velocity. I don't think there's a dual club skill, but the Cudgel's stronger than the Warhammer. Go figure that out. Not sure why, but it is. And you can have a shield, because clubs are one-handed. Except I can't push the right button. No way, Tatiana, go away. Pretty dark shit for a SaGa game. I'm just unlocking areas. That guy is one of the blacksmiths, so I'll talk to him last. Good old Great Arch. You're gonna make armor. Just so I've got both sides started. I believe crafting takes 10 battles to complete an item. I think it's 15 if you don't have Nora in your party, or the other way around. If you have her in your party, it takes 15, and if you don't, it's 10. It's one of those two methods. But it's somewhere between 10 and 15. Also, Sarah's music reminds me of Aisha's in RS1. Okay, Nora better not have magic, yeah. You're not going to use spears. Yay, Archfiend cookies. Just what all the kids should be eating. And the Sinistrals, because, you know, they're here from Lufia now. There goes Thomas. Get back here. I'm tailing you for a reason, jackass, because I need you to get Muse. Except we can't get Muse yet, but I have to do it now. Now just to remember how to get them to unlock Muse's door. The Archfiend Palace is kind of cool looking. It's got a nice cut-in animation. I don't think I need to come here yet. I gotta wait for them to actually open the door from Muse's place. Then we can come in here. Can I open the door yet? Let's see, what else do I need to do to open the door? Okay, there goes Thomas. I should be able to get in now. Muse is the lady in bed. We gotta do this entry quest to get her later in her second quest. She's really ill, like incredibly sickly, so we gotta work on that later. Charles also someone you can recruit, and they're also incredibly weak until after the Muse event. If you find the accessory in there called, I think it's the Silver Hand, their stats climb to something very respectable instead of absolute dumpster that they are right now. Because they only have one arm. So you get this dream arm, and it comes out of the dream with you. Lets them fight. A lot more useful than having 5 strength and 3 dex. Also notice their sprite has both their arms. Because, you know, yeah. Well, good to have you back, Thomas. But hey, guess what we can do? We can go back to formation mode. I don't think we have anybody with magic yet for Seer's Focus. Back to Commander. RS3 also has really good battle backgrounds. Oh, that's right, they're still on preamp. Oh, you cast? Okay. I guess we could have used Seer's Focus. Saren's like, nope, I'm out. We've got friends now, I don't have to do shit no more. Pretty much, yeah, selling and finding treasure box to pay arms. Battles are incredibly chintzy, but that's almost universal for all SaGa games. Like, even SaGa Frontier, one of the best battle payouts you can get is only, like, 200-some credits a battle. Oh yeah, I can't take the shortcut yet. You also can only hold 10,000 at a time for money in this. But it kind of uses this outdated bank system, which I guess made sense at the time for the Super Nintendo, but the mobile port really didn't even use it. I don't see the purpose. Because when you buy something, if you don't have money on you, it just pulls it out of the bank anyways, so... antiquated design that really just could have just been cut. Hey, another Kugel. Maybe Charles' arm is injured. I know the silver thing is what fixes it. I always thought the story was that he didn't have his arm. Or she. I think Charles a guy, maybe. Doesn't really matter. place it in that. That would have been the intelligent thing. Damn auto battle engine. Ah, fire field effect. I kind of like the field effect designs, they look nice. There's also armors and things you can get to have regen from them too. Like if you have fire weather, for example. Fire weather, then you'll get a regen return. But we're getting regen anyways because of commander mode, apparently. It's not this way. I mastered the club rotator. That's what Nora was using. So after this event, we lose Charles. So I'm gonna have to find another replacement. But we'll be able to keep Thomas. There's this little brat down here. Fans of Terrain Mysteria might notice that I modeled the one of the zones after this sort of place. Demon King Palace. It was pretty much directly inspired by the way the Archking Palace here was built. A lot of RS3 inspiration was in Terrain Mysteria's setting. Between it and SaGa Frontier, I don't know which one influenced it more, but they both were pretty heavy in the build. Run away, commander mode. So far, I'm not feeling the commander mode yet. But we don't have any of the Unite spells to do anything really flashy. Oh god, no. I didn't realize you had channel points. Okay. Alright, give me a few to think of a good story to ramble. Try to think of one I haven't told yet. You know, I forgot that's a thing for the channel points also, but I'll sit up. I was leaning forward in my second monitor. I got terrible eyesight. I need to lean closer to screens to see them. I need new glasses. Now you gotta think of a good story. Yep, see you later. Get the hell out of my party for now. It's gonna be a bit before we can get, Muse. I should be able to start that tonight, though. But now we don't have a full party anymore for Commander mode. Not you, Tatiana. I'd rather not have Commander mode than have you. I guess we can get Fulbright. It's either Fulbright or I do the Robin sub-arc. At least Fulbright will be a mage for now. Yeah, I only just finished it like 10 seconds ago, dude, but alright. This is how you play the fun money-making minigame thing. Although, if you have Thomas as a main character, there's some more story to this. I don't think we're going to play it too much, but I definitely want to do it at least once or twice. You know, we might get going. I think I gotta go recruit you in another town. Yeah, 100 million. So, let's play the minigame. And I haven't done this in years, so it's gonna be something. Imagine trying to code this into RPG Maker. But game development and story, I guess I could probably wrap the two of them together. Lose money with that earnings forecast. I will never be able to buy the Donut Hotel Company right away. Alright, let me get through the minigame and I'll talk about the development then. Let's... They have cows. I want cows. So we're gonna try to take Raphael trading. This minigame is such a delight. It also has really banger music. Bid in! You guys aren't making enough of a bid to beat my score. Oh, now you are. Hey, Claudius, I still need more money. Can you guys kick up a bit more? Yeah, that looks better. I don't like where you guys are pulling your money from. We're working on a corporate takeover here. They ran out of funds. You're mine now. Get all these extra companies just for buying that trading company. You assholes, I just bought you! Alright, I gotta outbid these idiots. Oh my god, they're dropping dollars. Might be able to get some out of Hans, but not enough to break 2 mil. Come on. I'm only gonna get 780 or 780 out of this. And that buyout sucked. Yeah, no way am I beating their bid. They dropped 4 mil to try to pick that up. I want Padona Cotton. But we bankrupted Claudius, so I gotta do this manually. Please stop dropping huge money. This ain't happening. Oh, thank you! No. No, 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 no. Drop it. Oh my god, they want their company back. I'm not winning this. Throw more? Nope. They did not want to cough up their cotton. And now another company's coming after my sugar. So this is the money game. It's quite a thing. Jeez, oh man. Guys, I can't pull as much money out of my other companies. Pop. Damn it. Well, at least I learned how to talk to my companies, finally. You get a lot of skills and shit to try to, like, rouse your business partners and shit. It's a lot of fun. I love the money-making game. It doesn't take any of your cash unless you use your own capital, so hey-ho. Now, where the hell am I gonna get another character? I think I can get Fulbright in Wilmington. It's either Wilmington or Riverwalk. Let's see, so pretty much after Train Mysteria Shadow Butterfly, I deemed that I wasn't going to do any more projects. I had all but written off RPG Maker MC, like, completely. When it came out, I was not at all impressed with the community support for it. Unfortunately, for some projects, a lot of games kind of turned into soup after they were released. Put it that way. You know, you go, you open a treasure box, you change the map, and then you go back, and then the treasure box is closed again. Like, it held no data. And yet, there were people that completed the game. And, you know, the game ran fine for them. And then when they loaded it back up, it didn't. After I was like, what is with this? So, I decided, you know, to hell with MC. I'm not going to do another game after Shadow Butterfly. I pretty much accomplished what I wanted to with the Shadow Butterfly engine. Give it a few years like that. I mean, Shadow Butterfly only came out at the end of last year, but MZ had been out a long time. Good couple of years of it, you know, sort of simmering on the burners and updates and community help and such for it. It got to be a pretty good program now. So I'm like, why not? I'll tinker with the system, see how much I feel can be of value to me now. Because old Gleason there in the chat's working on a new project, and I've been helping him back and forth with some of his development and you know, like graphic work and such, of course. So I decide, you're gonna grab button. Why not? The Partisan's nice. It's much better than the Long Spear. I need you to make me a Falchion. You better not take that off him. Well, you know, sometimes you complain about games taking or not looking at people's equipped items. They took his sword off him. So, alright. That's a thing. I also think it's 10 battles if you have Nora, I guess, because they shouldn't have been done yet. So, like, what's something I could do with a game? I don't really have any strong ideas for a build at the time when I sat down for it. I'm like, let me see what I can put together, I guess. And that ultimately ended up spawning, hey, let me design off of characters that I've already, you know, engineered personality for loose storyline application. Stuff I would like to, you know, be able to see those characters again in like a different story and world. So I took nearly all of the cast, not all of them, but most of them. Probably, let me do the quick thought in my head, 6 of the 10 main characters I have played in D&D settings. So I already know the character. I know what they're like about, what their sort of powers are, everything that makes them who they are. And then I was just like, alright, well, I'm gonna spin a new story around this. Just completely take them all out of the worlds they were in. Try to retain as much of that personality and build that they had. And, holy crap, does that save a lot of development work. Because when I sat down with it, I kind of was just burning paper left and, well, not really paper, but ripping through my notebook left and right on, okay, I can have this happen, you know, this is gonna be a thing, this character has to deal with this over this time. Like, I know where everything is gonna end up falling through, for everyone's storylines. I know where triggers are gonna happen now, and the storyline I ended up coming together with is quite something that needed some refinement when I first began, which during the start of development really was more just me getting plugins and a lot of the baseline database together, just so that the bloody thing would launch and be playable for a few. Yeah, just so I can get like a battle test going. And jeez, it's been, what, I'd probably say, 2 months of development now, for the actual project having started and working with. And now, of course, I have a great deal of free time on my hands, so development has been at a radically, increased rate compared to like other folks that would have something else to do in their day most of the time. Which is why demo is probably end of next month. I have got a couple of situations that I need to iron out in the program itself to be able to put that together for things that I want it to be able to do. Yeah, they're talking about Tatiana. She's the runaway daughter, and she's not a good character. Oh god, you're a shop person? These folks are all over the world now. Like, you can always sort of buy different companies in places. I'll play another one real fast just because it's here. Take it from the farms. We're gonna hold a company meeting. I don't like that you guys are betting again. Call in more money. The consensus is you're gonna get bought out. Your president can talk to you till he's blue in the face, but you guys are out of money. I learned how to smile, isn't that nice? And how to smear campaigns. Good, no counter. Let's see, so what else about it? So the main character is, based actually off of the character whose name we're using for Sarah here. In D&D, I played a character named Saren, who was a traveling fortune teller, sort of a star reader sort. But in the game I developed now, I didn't go with the name Saren. I changed her name to Isaeris. Obviously, a little bit of character differences here and there between all of them, of course. You can't just one-to-one the character perfectly. I figured that would end up boring in my design. The MZ on the development side now does provide a great deal of JavaScript power, where before with Shadow Butterfly we were using RGSS3 Ruby language. And Java is absolutely a lot more flexible and a lot more intuitive for what you want it to do. Especially when you've got good things that are able to help out with its development process. Vanguard's the next place I want to unlock. Because Vanguard will get me the cities so that I can eventually get Undine. Jump over the ship. Onto a boat that is not evident in viewpoint. There's a lot of things in Shadow Butterfly that were modernized, per se. Like, in Shadow Butterfly we had that merit and skill merit system that we used pretty extensively, at least the merits. The skill merits I don't really use too early. Come middle game, though, yeah. Where you're able to level the skill's particular power, add features to it. All of that got modernized into the new work. And now, of course, with Java, instead of Ruby, I was able to get it to do a good bit more functionality, so leveling skills also lets you add more hits to it, increase like the chance that the success of the skill is going to connect. I didn't want to talk to you. I'm out of here. Oh, hey, how's it going? No. Nah, I didn't finish FF. Do you have a copy of the ROM I actually wanted? I literally was scouring for that this afternoon, too, and I can't find it. Because that's the version I wanted to play. Where, you know, you go to the Earth Cave pretty much immediately. Get the rod. Like, that's the version of FF I wanted. Not the early one when you couldn't move the key items. Which is unfortunate. That still absolutely is going to be a thing if I can get a copy of that and get that doing. Because that is supposed to have been what our Sundays were. I don't think this is going to go well. I need another character. Because you have to fight an initial battle to see Undine, and you have to fight an initial battle to see Volcano, who's down here. And we want Undine. And I don't want the crap kicked out of me by her first battle. Robin. I guess we can get Robin. Yeah, if you find your copy of that, you know, cough it over. I'll apply the randomizer mod to it for you know, the quality of life upgrade. We'll definitely have that running again. Yarmouth. Let's see, the new game also does feature a row system. And once I've had a little bit more time to tinker with the rows themselves, which there's 3, each weapon type will have like different effect and damage ability for which row you're in. Like if you're using sword from the back row, it's not going to be as powerful as using it up front, you know, stuff like that. But I need a little bit more clock to work on that. Hey, we get to see Robin. He's gonna roll in like Batman. There he is, with his cool music. Don't know where they jumped throughout the wall, but you know. Robin out! This dude's so awesome. He is trying way too hard. Robin's like the Frank of this game. Ah, cool, thanks. Oh, you're a damn wallet guy. I know on the Discord I put up a lot about pretty much the early time so far and a lot of the earlier screenshots for how the systems have been playing out for the new game. So definitely check those out on the Discord. There's still a lot to those that I want to have augmented and upgraded to, because Java is such a more powerful sort of thing than just using RGSS3. It also, you know, works a bit cleaner, I guess is the way to say it. I like Ruby and all, but Java just seems to argue me less about, like, placement, hierarchy. It still has that issue, don't get me wrong. Plugin manager is very important to, like, lining up where everything is. know what's the better talk of the town? You getting the hell out of my way to the door. I think the silver sword's the best viable. That R6 sounds familiar. I think you're right. I think that is the most recent for your mod. Let's see, I think the next Robin interaction is at the pier. Yeah. So right now with the game development, I have 1 boss battle and 2 events left to code, and then it's done. Everything else after that is me like tweaking numbers and preparing it for the demo release, which hopefully folks will play and enjoy. Hopefully. But yeah, it'll probably be out about late next month being July. I'm gonna run out the window. Possibly just the wall. I'm gonna assume there's a window there. Robin away! And just who could he be? I don't know. There's 2 Robins. He's definitely a Batman, I'll give him that. Wait, you're a business person? I can't just play the business minigame all day. I gotta get a party together so we can go back to Commander mode and I can just use Mute or work towards getting views. Pretty sure you're the normal Robin, and you're the fat Robin. How to trigger the 3rd Robin event, I don't fully remember. Oh, you just come out of that building. Ah ha 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 ha! It's Fat Robin! Oh god. Except he's actually good at what he does. Never lose courage. Robin Owl! You fell in the barrel. Oh my. Burn him alive. It's Robin. Oh my god. This guy's such a character. Unfortunately, he's a really good rapier user, and I need another character to have Commander mode back. Tally-ho! Stand in, Robin. Oh god, it's a battle where Sarah has to fight. Oh no. I was hoping to use commander mode. How did you miss a fish? With glimmering, you don't get the fight. Fish on the land. Yep, definitely normal here. Just fish out in the middle of town. No water or anything. They're here. And Robin's music just keeps jamming. Reminding us all who the true hero here is. Never mind, he's not in the bloody battle. You know, Saren, your glimmering bow moves pretty regularly. It's unfortunate that I need you not in battle for commander mode. What the hell is that? Some battle gauntlet? I haven't gotten Robin in an incredibly long time. Well, that's what I expect for Saren in this battle. This thing's a bit more HP than I thought it did. I didn't get it. Okay. Justice will always prevail as long as we hear the Robin theme song. While the sisters take a dark nap. And just like that, it's all over. LP is a lot less worrisome in this game. So, I think to recruit Robin, you've got to go back to the cargo room now. Hey, it's the normal Robin. Did someone call for a hero? Only until I get other characters. Oh, man. There we go. Now I can go back to commander mode. Oh, he teaches tri-anchor. Forgot that. Alright, Saren, get the hell out of the party. I need commander mode. I mean, really, Whirlwind's probably the best formation for us right now. Never know what you're gonna get out of things. How don't you have an armor piece, you idiot? Oh boy, I'm glad you're not staying long. I joke, but Robin's a really good character. Saren, you don't need armor right now. You're not in the party. Also out of shields. Let's see, what else was I talking about for game development? Now that we're done with that delightful bit of ham and cheese. Oh, you're a business guy. Normally he sends you on quests just for little bits of money. wonder if you could do the frozen lake without recruiting wood. I suppose you'd have to be. I'd hope you're able to. You gotta beat the frozen lake to get to the snow city later. Where you can recruit the snowman, which I'm not going to do. But I do want the Eternal Ice Greatsword. Well, I don't want to change the party formation, so we're gonna see if I can just go do Ice Lake without him. Hey, idiot. I need to talk to somebody first. Now you're water magic. Water magic in this game is incredibly powerful. Like, obscenely powerful. Which is kind of why we're trying to get Undine. Because I don't... Why are you a shop guy? You're the boat dude. Whatever. Alright, so I can't do Ice Lake yet, apparently. We can go hassle the professor. She has a song and dance. Even though you can't recruit her. She's kind of an idiot. Stick with power offense. Get two things, everybody, because we need a bit of power to be able to recruit Muse. The Dream event is pretty dangerous. Yeah, so my hope with the new title, is I really want to have something that can, hopefully, top the sort of success I had with Shadow Butterfly. Just radically improve the engines. Surprisingly, though, saying that we aren't using a Glimmer system. So, a little bit more, I guess it's sort of traditional. You learn your skills by certain requirements, like get AP and SP to spend. SP is mostly used for buying magic and your special skill, where AP is designed to buy weapon skills and your special skill. And they unlock as your level goes up and, you know, require the previous one before. Hey, did we have a weapon or a skill ability? Hold on a minute. I gotta see that shit. Commander mode is so weird. It never tells you when you get anything. B-Rush. 2 members at the wings attack in tandem. So this is a unite attack, okay. I'd have liked to have seen it. Alright, Professor, you're a super derp. But I see your idiots are out in the field, so I should be able to do this. Clearly you. This also is another minor reference I made in Shadow Butterfly 2. The Realm Magic quest, you go up to talk to one of the Asakusas to buy the token that you require, was modeled after this event, where you come up to an eccentric scientist living alone in a big mansion. So you can kind of see a lot of link between Shadow Butterfly's design and RS3 and SaGa Frontier, like we were talking about earlier. You know, by smart people. Oh, goodness. Why aren't you recruitable? It's a lot of best. All this just to do the cool tank battle thing. She's also really full of herself. Thanks, Saren. You know, we called my friend Jason the professor, and, I'm only in my 20s. Your pets are also idiots, too. But we need this to be able to do the cool tank battle later. Basically, it's these little flying gits that don't actually attack you. You gotta click them. And you get a different battle track. And they look derpy. This is about as most comedy as you get out of RS3, though. Pretty much everything revolving around the professor. The rest of the game is really heavy serious. That's Dark Flame. Why are you swinging anyways? I gave you a sword, you idiot. Quit punching. Oh, you are not learning martial arts. Yeah, I can't even put a normal sword there. It only accepts scimitars. I wish I didn't take that off me when I asked about the crafting. So what's going to happen channel-wise once the demo comes out is I'm going to have a lot of my free time open back up. So I'm planning to work on a lot of backlog games that I have here. Particularly, like, I was just gifted SaGa Frontier 2 the other day. And I've never played SaGa Frontier 2 in my life. And all the music tracks are in German. So, I don't know what to make of it. But that's gonna be a thing. I still have to fix Raw-Lancer. That's still a problem that's persisted. I tried, but you know, I gotta devote a lot of my resource work right now to getting the project ready for testers to play. Because it doesn't do me any good if I test play my own stuff. But learning martial arts, because I kind of know what I'm looking for. I know what to naturally avoid, or I sort of build the same way. That's why I need other folks sort of in play styles. The main character, Isa Eris, you design entirely yourself. You build how her stats are gonna sort of play out. You pick everything about her. Her elemental resists. The other 9 characters in the game, though, all of those options that you'll have with her are randomized for them at the time of their acquisition. So the same 2 characters are not too likely to be similar for each other. Wow, you revived on your own in Commander mode? Okay, there's some promise to Commander mode after all. Hey, he got up. I'll take it. Normally you have to pick them up. He's the greatest superhero of all time, Robin. Except Robin's a really good character in the game. I don't think I'm regenning from Winfield. I'm still pretty sure that's just Commander mode naturally doing it. I'll know when I have equipment that gives me, like, regen if fire weather I was talking about earlier. And most of the equipment pretty plainly just says it. You better get back up again. This fight sucks. Yep. As long as you get up, I don't care. I think we're gonna go back to Whirlwind, though. This is the first time I've ever actually tried a playthrough in Commander mode. I deemed I hated this when I played it in Super Nintendo because I don't have control over each character's actions. And that is done by putting your main character in the 6th character slot, and then they run off the battlefield like an Ultra Coward and leave everything up to you. Or RNG. But you do get the nifty ability to access your items, so I can have Saren do that. And then they do their actions, so she's still doing something if I need items. Well, that didn't help. I really wish you'd swing that sword. I'm so angry you're just punching instead of swinging. You have a sword for a reason, idiot. Use it. Ow. This thing's really kind of hefty. Again, I don't usually come here this early. That didn't do anywhere near as much as I had wanted it to. But that RNG to the other characters of the game is one of the things I'm actually really hopeful to get good feedback with. I want to know how X character works for somebody, or how they don't work with the party makeup that you decide to build. Like, oh, I love that they have this, and I wish this other character did. But once they join, they're locked in. That randomizer just plays it through. Probably after a couple of weeks of the demo, me and that, whatever feedback comes in, I'll probably do a stream of it too. Probably about, what, maybe 4, possibly 5 hours of demo play on an extremely rough estimate. I hate that you're martial arting. I also hate that I have no control over what you all do. My test play is at about 14 hours on the timer right now, and that's me checking, like, skill usage, making sure events trigger right, literally going around to every possible little thing and making sure it doesn't crash or anything like that. Like, there's a great deal to do in a test environment before things go out to live. This shouldn't be this hard, but I'm in command. Well, you guys learned a whole lot of moves. I don't want you martial arting, you're an idiot. But I guess I can't really stop you, because the game's just going to keep doing it. I think there's only one more of these. Did I fight all three, or... No, I didn't fight the dumb rabbit thing with the clock. Where's that? Oh, there you are. The only way to do Unite attacks in RS3 is to use Commander mode. And the Unite magic. Still can't say I'm a big fan of Commander mode yet, but we'll see where this is going. Yeah, this is Bunny. He's very light. I tumbled him, so... That's kind of what I'm saying. I really want to do the cool tank battle, but we have to do this part first. The tank battle, though, is, I think, further down in gameplay. You need a bit more quest rating to be able to have it ready. You only ever get to do it once. It's the only battle in the game that's like it. Own mechanics, own music. It's something fun, just like the flying over the skies with the dragon fight. I don't think Saren wants that. I'm not gonna deal with that fight either. That battle's bullshit. I don't think it's required. Alright, we're done. Now I can go back to, I can just field the battles, honestly. I need that, weapon they're working on. Just so Herod stops punching like an idiot. Since he's designed to use, scimitar weapons. So we're working on replacing Herod and Robin. They're here just so I can stay in Commander mode, because that's kind of the challenge here today. It's likely Robin's going to get replaced first, and that's probably going to be Undine. And then from there, Herod will probably stay with us until we have Muse. Nah, he's on his way out too. Khalid, yeah, him. Why did I think his name was Khalid? Well, you're the one that told me to pick Spicy Party. gonna get I didn't want to come alone. There's almost never anything to do alone. Like, borderline ever. Unless you're on certain people's main stories. On Padona. Oh, we could do the military battle. That'll be cool. Here in Stanley. The military battle here makes no difference whether you win or lose. I don't care which side ever wins. Doesn't matter. Like, nothing about this matters. It might if you do, if you're on, the Mark, what's his name? Monica's brother. Mikhail. It might if you're on Mikhail's storyline, but I've only touched Mikhail's storyline once back on the ROM version for Super Nintendo. So I've long forgotten how it goes. So after we turn this blacksmith in, I'll come right back up here and talk to that guard. I know one side of the military that you choose to play pays a little bit more than the other, and that's really it that I can recall. Can I have my sword back now? Yes. Good, maybe you'll stop punching things. Halberd, please. I don't think we can make armor for a while, because that one's scale, and this one's a death fragment. Yeah, that's short. Nothing for armor for a bit. Full suits can't wear gloves and boots, but you can wear accessories with them. But since we've seen the money game, we'll go do the military game. Win or lose, I don't care. Like I said, it doesn't really make any appreciable notice that I've ever taken stock in. Why did I come in? But it's cool to see how early military battle is in RS like this. I think this is the side that pays you more too, because I think the other one in Pharos is only 1,000. So you get 1,500 up front, and then another 1,500 if we win. And like I was talking about earlier, it's this, and I think one more military battle at the end of the game for like the third to last dungeon. And I think that's required. I think you have to do that. And that's it. Unless you're playing Mikhail, which has a lot of military battle in it. This is really kind of just understand how it works. Which a lot of it bases on the morale gauge up there. Which goes down over time. So what I like to do is I just like them to bounce off for a while like that, lower their morale until they go into a retreat and then advance. Or we sit in a stalemate like this for a few. So now we can advance while they're in withdrawal, which withdrawal gives them morale back. And morale's basically how useful your fighting capacity is, as best as I ever understood the military engine in this. I like to push them back far enough so that they can't withdraw. morale will drop faster than mine this way. Wow, you actually beat somebody on the card. Kudos to you guys. A little bit more morale damage. Damn your morale boost. Keep hitting at the wall. It's almost time for me to do a full assault. About halfway-ish is when I figure I'll try it. I know they're eating more morale than I thought. Might get that down a little further if I'm lucky. Can't let my morale drop too far though in this stalemate, but if they're willing to plummet all of theirs, I better do it now. Gives me a good morale boost and pushes. A lot of shit dying. Well, the morale didn't really seem to matter. This side got wiped out pretty easy. The enemy force is just gonna advance. The RS military engine is very unusual. I've never bothered to try to fully understand how it works. I basically explained everything I knew about it. But hey, we made our money anyway, so I don't care. The other military battle, I'm pretty sure all you need to do is just stall for time. Why did you decide to come down here, move? A little bit of training in the Archfiend Palace, and then I think we could probably try to go get Undine. Because I'm going to need my mage relatively soon. There's a little bit of treasure left in here, although I don't recall it being very impressive. It'd be nice if I could hit the bottom floor, though, just to activate the teleporter for when we have to come back here later. So I think that's going to be the goal in this trip. Just hit bottom floor. Might as well while the enemies are still low tier, and I need the training anyways on the way down. Thank you for going back to using it. Oh my god, that was beautiful. So we've seen both examples of fight. We've seen the normal fight when I'm required to have Saren up in the battle when we have less than 6 characters. And we've seen Commander mode. Commander mode is what we're going to champion for the way through. People swear by it. They say it's the best way to play RS3. I'm still not sold, but we're going to press on. Why am I dodging battles? I'm in here to get battles. Muse. I really never intended to make another game, though. I thought after Shadow Butterfly, I was gonna hang it up. I'm pretty confident, though. I think I'm gonna retire from game development after this one. Not sure there's gonna be anything else left that I want to try to do or experiment after this title. I've been making games since... That's a sword, I think. It's kind of odd, I don't have a normal sword user. Yeah, like, the creative motivation was there, that is a sword. We don't have a regular sword character. Because Robin and, not Nora, Muse is going to be using Rapier. You won't swing anything like that. Undine is not a fighter whatsoever. Hey Nora, you want a sword just in case you decide to do that instead of swing the club? Might as well have it. +1 match. Does that do that? Nah, that's the headband. Okay. I remember now. That really became it. Working on, like, you know, pushing up the stuff to help my friend there with his development project, and I'm like, yes, I could try and see what I want to put together, why not? And then it just kind of avalanched from there. To be fair, you know, Shadow Butterfly wasn't ever meant to exist. I thought Terrain Mysterio was going to be a one-off game. Then I started joking about it, and I'm like, oh, you know, I can make a sequel, but it's not really a sequel. It happens alongside the same time frame. And then lo and behold, I just ended up doing it. And so we got Shadow Butterfly, which at the time I thought was the pinnacle for my design ability. But with the way MZ is these days. And I've seen the new 3D RPG maker that was teased, and, you know, there's all sorts of hype and question, excitement and doubt at the same time for. I'm gonna put it this way. It's the same thing I said about Glory Be to Death, for it is bliss like none other. In it we find paradise. But yeah, famously over the time I've worked with RPG Maker, I've said the same thing every time they've released a new one. Starting with XP. It looks cool, the initial functions are going to be okay, the community support isn't going to be there, because XP is when they opened it to, like, using rudimentary RGSS code. Some early version of Ruby format. And lo and behold, XP never really did quite get there. I finished one game in XP just to say I did it, and it wasn't particularly good. The code structure isn't there, Ruby just isn't ready for RPG Maker XP. And they changed a lot of the core engine itself, too, which was both good and bad at the same time for different aspects. RPG Maker VX came along, using a more improved version of Ruby, RGSS2 there. And, you know, that's about the time you started hearing, like, the name of, quite possibly, the true developer for how scripting ever ended up going in RM Park, Gamfly. And Gamefly pioneered everything you'd possibly need to make a game finally be stable and playable. All sorts of basic functions that the engine should have had. And later, like in MC, they started adopting what Gamefly did. Like, you used to have to write a code in to get a little name box to appear above, like, text dialogue. Gamefly made that possible, and in MV now, or MC now, you can do it. It's just part of the native engine. The problem with MV for me, or not MV, VX for me though, I really hate that the text when it's displaying makes a clicking noise. Like, that might sound minor, but it drives me up a wall. I know there's a retail game that ended up doing that. I'm not winning this fight. I can already tell I'm not winning this fight. This teleporter is not happening yet. I don't remember what retail game that is. But it's like smashing a typewriter every time a letter appears on the screen. Additionally, the only game I was really proud of working on in VX, famously, my computer at the time had a lot of issues and ended up basically exploding. I lost that entire hard drive. So the game went with it, and I just lost all motivation to bother trying to rebuild it. VX Ace was announced. VX Ace, we saw that I did Train Mysteria and Shadow Butterfly. RGSS3 was exactly what it needed to be finally. VX Ace corrected the problems that XP and VX both presented themselves. Did we die already? The engine was right. The Ruby language was finally where it needed to be. The developers, the community support, everything was there that you wanted. Gamefly led the way. More and more scripters started appearing, writing systems. That's what it needed to be, and I refused for a long time to ever go past it. VX Ace was what I wanted. Then we got RPG Maker MV. And MV put me right back on my original mindset. The engine is cool. The community support for what's available and what can be done is not there. I thought that was multi-target. It must be the other one. Like, it's just not there. And I abandoned MV, or MC. No, I'm on MC. MV. It's hard to keep track of these. But yeah, I abandoned working on MV for a very long time. Just because there wasn't anything to support it out there. If I'm gonna make a game that especially needed a new resolution graphics, like you had to resize everything that you had from VX Ace and earlier. Because the tile sets are larger, the icons were different. It was just a whole new experience. Yeah, that's the AoE one. I kinda had a resurgence back to using MV a little while ago. I tried to remake the only game I completed it. I tried to remake a game that I completed in VX Ace, my first VX Ace game. Now that I think about it, right? I'm trying to keep my lines in order here. I remade that up to the demo phase in MV. And, you know, I was all hype about the game. I'm like, you know, cool, because the community support was there. The engine was depreciated by the time I finally started using it. So there were lots of plugins. Everyone had, you know, moved on to MV at that point. And I'm like, cool, this is a good time to get in on MV. Because everyone's in MC now. You know, there's lots of abandoned plugins I could put to use. I could remake this game that I made back on VX Ace and make it a lot better than the original version was. I released that demo. No one played it. I did it on stream. Wow, 9? Okay. I'm winning this battle just by pure luck and battling. But yeah, I played the demo for that on stream. I had a whole night set together for it. One person showed up. They weren't paying attention whatsoever. Echo. I don't think I've ever seen that flicker before. That day made me stop streaming for like 3 or 4 months. That was the most frustrating day I've ever had. For streaming anyways. And I'm like, that's it. I don't care anymore. Of course, that game never actually got further than that demo point either. I packaged it, I sat it out to dry. Still get it on the Discord. I think the link is still active. But I'll never work on it because it's using an inferior engine at this point. Yay, the shortcut. There's no reason for me to complete that demo at this point. Like I said, that was a really unfortunate result. Because when we did Raquia on the stream, you know, everyone was here. It was very exciting. It was an incredibly engaging event series. I loved running Raquia. When I ran Shadow Butterfly, it was a very different sort of feel. Shadow Butterfly on the stream was kind of more lukewarm. I never felt it had the same reception that Raquia did, despite a lot of people actually liking the game and like the storyline, the characters. Most of all Ithranel, who isn't the main character, it's Celeste, but people really like Ithranel, and they really like guns in that game. Yeah, Shadow Butterfly's audience was always kind of low, and it just wasn't the same as when I played Raquia. Then we tried playing Minazuki's Treasures, and that only got a couple of, what, like 2 or 3 episodes, I think, in, and I just noticed that the trend was just not there either. It was a lot lower than even Shadow Butterfly. Granted, it was a lot earlier of a game, too. MTREI is a remake of a game I made on RPG Maker 2003. But REI, more than just a remake, it is a borderline, almost complete story retelling. I changed tons of prime story elements in that to basically make it its own entity. What I feel the thing with Raquia is that every one of my IRL friends know Raquia. They all know it. They all engage pretty heavily with it. I've been working on Raquia since in the 1980s, maybe early 90s. If MF's still out there, you might have a better gauge of the time than me. We were little kids when we put that story together. The entire collection, because Raquia is the second story in that series of 4. But Raquia is the one I do on my own. Which is why it was easier for me to make a game of it, because I didn't have to constantly harass MF. I might be able to go do Undine now. See about some gear upgrade. But Raquia just, it's so known, and when I released that game for the very first time, we were at my friend MF's apartment, and him and Gleason there, both were the first persons to play the game itself. Gleason was playing it on MF's giant TV, MF was playing it on his own computer, and they took wildly different play styles for how to approach that game. Yay, my halberd's done. Branch Disc, I think, is a club. No, that's an X. Mortis is the club, but I think that one's a death. Yeah, Death Shard. Bastard Sword? Alright. Just make it so I can get more shit. I absolutely loved that day, the release party we had. Just being able to watch them, two different play styles, the sort of, just the technique method for how they went. But yeah, Rackley had been designed and cultivated and reformed and edited and corrected and built upon. I suppose at least comfortably, I'll say the 1930s. And it's still a large thing even around the circle right now. But I don't work on Rackwea any further in this sort of thing. Rackwea's story is complete. The global story that it belongs to is always in flux. There's always more to be done with it. What, a rando Rackwea? I don't think I'd want to do that. I'd have to figure out how to program it, too. Where the hell can I buy some Celestial Sands? I think that's going to be the best way I get through the battle. Oh, general randos. Yeah, you know what I've said before. I'm just not great at them. I could play a Final Fantasy 1 randomizer, you know. I could do that. That's no difficulty to me. I could play the Parasite Eve 2 randomizer, but I'll probably hate my life. Especially if it gives me, like, the PO9 for a starting gun. Because that thing is terrible. Yeah, I could randomize Final Fantasy 6. I could do it for 4. I don't like 4's randomizer. I don't want to play, I like the idea and the development that the people did to make Free Enterprise, but starting with the airship and just flying around and getting crap isn't exciting to me. It's just not. There's probably other randomizers out there that you could get that just do a real randomize for 4, but... And I think 5 is the same way with, like, 4 Job Fiesta. Glorious program. I've played 4 Job Fiesta a couple of times, just, you know, to mess around and try to get in on things, and I just lose interest. Especially because it's 5, and 5's kind of boring. Gloves. And the Zelda randomizers, you know, like Link to the Past, yeah, I could probably play it. I know where I'm going, I know where everything is. Like, if you want a real, like, competitive effort out of it, you want A-Type. Just as long as he's not losing his shit at it. Because, you know, he definitely was having a moment with Zelda 2 the other night. You say that, but your village tells me where Gwane's place is. The mountain. Until Gwane wrecks this place. Oh, spoilers. There we go. I just wanted the location unlocked. I'm not going there yet. Alright, let's see if I can handle the first battle to even get to meet Undine. On the map. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I can handle this fight yet, but we'll try. Because it's going to require a lot of me commander moding damage. I'm going to have to get more of those. I just don't know where I can get them at. Actually, this might not be bad. The damage is better than I thought. Fortunately, Shadow Bolt is very painful. Okay, I overestimated that. I probably could have done it without the damage item. Hi, Undine. You're gonna join us if I can beat Volcano. Don't know why you can get Undine, but not Volcano, but doesn't matter to me. Undine is an incredibly powerful mage. Or you could fight them and not get anything for it, I feel. Hey, we got free money. So, we gotta go to the other side of the city. Fight a very similar battle, except these guys have AoE. This fight possibly is gonna be worse. But there's only 2 of them this time, that's good. But they'll use Celestial Sands and cook, and I don't like it. Yep, that's what I don't want to be hit with. At least it was only on one target. You can eat it. Yeah, I tried remaking Rackwheel once on VXAce. That too got to its demo phase and released, but no one had any interest in playing it. So that ended up abandonware too. Only the original back on 2003, where I hand-coded the tech skill system purely out of eventing, which took probably months. I don't even remember how long that took me to end up developing. Like, that sucked. 1,000 damage? That gives me hope for beating Volcano. Hey, Volcano. Not interested. I'm here to beat you. Now all of your friends are aggros. But now I can rob his tower. Which there's, I think there's fire leather in here. Which will be very nice because Volcano uses fire magic, obviously. If I can beat these 2. Oh god, why did it have to be 4 of them? This ain't gonna last. Because they're just gonna use that Celestial Sands and I'm gonna get wrecked. Plus, they have a lot of health. I can only throw it at 1. I can do that too, but I only had 1 of them. It's always hit or miss with game development, though. You know, sometimes you make a title that really sticks with folks, and sometimes you don't. I said I've been making them since 2000, 2001, something like that. The story there is Gleason got a copy of RPG Maker 2000 and made like a small sort of fun game for our friend Jason for his graduation present. And I was like, holy crap, there's something out there that exists that can do this. Meanwhile, RPG Maker 95 Plus already existed, but you know, we'll ignore that, because that engine is really weak. But 2000, you know, I was like, holy crap, this is a thing? Wow, I want to do this. And, you know, all aside, I'm the one that drank that Kool-Aid the deepest. Like, Gleason still develops, but, you know, our friend Brian, he made a good couple of games. I took to that really, really strongly, though. It gave me something to do. Fire leather. Oh, thank God. Alright. Here, you can wear it. Resistant to heat attacks. Well, I don't care if you lose 1 defense, you're gaining 6 magic defense. Unfortunately, that battle really hurt. But it's necessary. We've got grinding to still do along the way. You know, it'd be helpful if you guys would throw that at the person with the igneous leather. Oh, we're just gonna hit everybody else. This is the problem with trying to get Undine fairly quick. The battles are really tough. Tell you what though, Commander mode getting people back up is pretty helpful. Even if they just fall right back over. I'm gonna have to invest in a lot of bombs. Because if I can take that turn heal in between the rounds, I think that's pretty good. You are making it so hard for me to kick you out of the party later. Come on. He is trying. Ring offending. Really great accessory. You seem to get the crap beat out of you, but I need someone that actually... Alright, Khalid, you can have it. 8 to both defenses. Really good. Especially in a game where having 40 defense is actually really high. I think the most I've ever seen is like 60 or 70. Try. Alright, you need SP. So does Robin. Well, only one of you is getting SP, and it's you because you're the one that wants to fight, apparently. But I do have to clear some shit out because you're full on abilities. Oh, no martial arts. Ellen, you need a glimmer. This is the worst Ellen I've ever had. Normally she loves martial arts, even though the world says she should be using axe. Nora, you're not helping much yet. Neither is Thomas. You're okay. Saren is glimmering, except commander mode. And Khalid is in, like, Ultra Instinct. I need a formation that's not just gonna beat themselves off a flame wall. That's worse. That'll hit Khalid and Ellen. Desert Lance is probably the best, and I think we're gonna... Who did I get the Ignis Leather to? Ellen. Well, you get to go up front. This firewall will only hit you with that. This layout. We'll give it a try. We'll see if I can do it. It's almost a shame I can't use that. Apparently the commander mode won't put it to value. Alright, I got 4 bombs and a quality bomb. Maybe if Thomas is intelligent, he'll keep using Squall so that the fire field never kicks up too high. There's Wall of Fire, but this should only hit Ellen. Wow, he's doing thousands. Fire resist did its job. And that extra 15 she got was the was that fire leather, because it's fire field now. So that's her regen, and everything else is the commander mode, I can tell now. You know, I might not be able to replace him. He is too powerful. We might not get Muse. Robin is absolutely leaving for Undine. That's unquestionably happening, but Muse might not happen. Because Rapier doesn't have that sort of output, it just has good moves. Dude, and this guy has over 3,000 health, you can see. So you can tell why I was a bit apprehensive about this fight. Throw the ball from the back row. Go ahead, use Wall of Fire. That's what the armor's for. Yeah! Commander mode, you gotta think tactically. Alright, Khalid, I suppose you're staying. You're here to keep. I just can't get rid of you. That's just not gonna be a thing that's gonna happen. Robin, you on the other hand, old buddy, old pal, your days are numbered as soon as I get back up to the other side of town and go get it, dude. You can't take the teleporter out. He served his purpose. He gave me commander mode back. And that's really all that we were hoping for out of Robin this playthrough. Do I wish I could control my characters in battle? Yes. Is commander mode still aggravating me? Partially. the Sinistrals. They're still here from Lufia. Don't worry about them though. Only Gades is annoying. Nice pun. You know, I love Lufia 1 and 2. I've never beat either of them. I really do. I love the design for Lufia. I think the storytelling was good. Obviously, I've seen the playthroughs of them. I hate trying to remember how to get to the chests in here. I hate teleport puzzles. Damn it! Thought it would put me above that tile. Witch's Eye and a Lagoon Robe. The Lagoon Robe is the same thing as that fire armor. It'll add regen in water. Witch's Eye is going to get turned into a craft later, but for right now, 13 magic defense and gaze immunity is pretty big. But we are going to craft that later into something else. Yeah, you can keep it. The Demon King Shield or whatever it is not exciting to me. You know what else you could do? You could join the party. Finally. Do you start with a Lagoon Robe? Yeah, you do. Immune to water attacks. Very useful for one of the big 4 bosses. Finally you're here. Hey Nora, cough up that headband. I know it's 6 magic defense and all, but it gives Undine magic. This actual stat. But she'll trade you this Twister, which is stronger than a Kujal. Yeah, so you look at our proficiencies where like Ellen is level 11 martial arts and Nora's 11 club, 12 spear. Undine starts at level 21 water. And as I was saying earlier, water is an incredibly powerful art in this game. For whatever reason they decided to make it. It's stupid powerful. And I'll give you lunar magic. Because you can have an element and either lunar or solar arts. And actually, you know what? I'll go with the solar arts. Perihelion, I think the spell is called in solar arts, is possibly the most busted spell in the entire game. So you know what? We're gonna get it. We aren't gonna have it till way, way later, though. It costs straight 9's money, and it's in the second to last town. Perihelion, just, you randomly won't take damage from anything. You don't have any control over it, but, you know, you'll just randomly stop taking damage. hopefully the commander mode will be smart enough to make her use it when we get it. Or overdrive, which is in water magic. Another reason why water magic is stupid busted in this game. So, now we have had fun dealing with those two idiots, and Undine is here. We're gonna go to Great Arch, the resort town, so that I can start treasure diving a few treasure caves. I also really like Great Arch's music. This is Captain Black. He's the guy who said that you have to take to one of the 4 great bosses to get him at full power. We aren't getting him. Alright, what do you feel like doing, Undine? Not getting a turn, that's what you feel like doing. It is kind of a nice touch for Commander Mode to see Saren jump into battle there and then just dip out. While everyone else is falling into formation, she just runs off the screen. Thunderclap is an incredibly busted spell. It does ridiculous damage, as we just see there, and it's all target. Another reason why water magic is stupid powerful. Usually, in most games, water magic is kind of crap. Not in RS3. Not in RS3. Well, you were going to cast a solar spell, otherwise you wouldn't have gotten that. Can't really argue with that, with her magic output. You really don't ever need more than one mage in RS3, I feel, though. We're gonna get more, because you need them to do the Unite magic spells, which I've never got to see, and that's kind of the point of this. So we're gonna end up having more mages, but in a normal playthrough, I'd only ever really do it all today there. Heat Wave is solar magic. Yep. Hey Matt, look. It's one of those... Did you expect all those treasure boxes to be winners boxes? Like, well, they can't all be winners. Like, really? There's only 50 bucks in here? Oh, that's disappointing. Dude, you don't need to go so hard. I don't even know what's a good scimitar. I don't use them. I guess we're gonna find out. because you championed your position over Muse. I forget what that does. Ah, it's the damage item. Okay. Barrier Stone is the same thing as in SaGa Frontier. It's basically a portable in. Just once, though. Thomas, I don't know why you keep defaulting to your magic. I mean, I guess we could get more. Could build you up your cards. But I don't know what element you're going to need for some of the mixed magic later. Like, I want to be able to cast cool spells like Galaxy and such. You get them all out of treasure boxes, and then can't do anything with them unless you're in commander mode. So they're kind of a waste. I know folks like commander mode, but that's the point of the Sarah stream. Trying to understand how it works and figure out why the community's always been so behind it. I mean, it's making me lazy, I can tell you that much. Absolutely lazy. Because I just click fight and they do it. It's like perpetual auto battle. Really getting behind those solar arts, which is good because I want those to level. I don't care about axes. It's just self-water. Eventually we go back to the Vampire's Castle to start clearing around really good treasure in the lower floors. Dude, you don't need to be doing thousands. These enemies aren't worth it. But the optional bosses to get what I want out of there, namely the Chalice, are very powerful, and we're absolutely nowhere near that sort of strength yet. Yeah, see, you don't need to be doing thousands, the enemies aren't there yet. That's a dragon. Dragon is very fearsome. Very frightful. There it is. I'm not gonna fight the dragon, because that thing will kill me. Hands down, absolutely will kill me. Maybe the slime counts as undead. That might be why she's using solar arts. obviously the goal is. And I know slimes have terrible magic defense to begin with. A bladed cane, I think, is a club. You're not using that, so... Yeah, it's a weaker club, though. It's a real shame you won't, like, switch weapons. I guess only uses slot 1 weapon. I'll have to do a little research for how Commander Mode picks out what weapon you're going to use. Oh my goodness, 1,000 orums! Wow! You know, Undine paid you 5,000. Why are you impressed by this? And she joined us. I still reserve. They are not worth doing that much damage to yet. He's really still working at it, even though I already gave him his position. He's gonna stay. What are you glimmering now? Oh. Kinda surprised you didn't have that already. That's like the first move. Does everyone have open space? You need at least one space open for learning. And you need to use some of this shit so I can start taking them off. That can go. You ain't using no spear. Yeah, the rest of you just don't want to glimmer. You keep casting magic. Oh my goodness, 1,000 orums. Except you can only hold 10,000, so everything else went to the bank, which I still think is a pretty pointless system to have in the remake. Well, remaster, whatever this would qualify as. Probably remaster. It really is something they could have just taken out. But whatever, it's not like it's hurting anything. The dolphin statue is an important item. There's supposed to be like a whole runaround quest and, you know, talking to a bunch of NPCs and figuring out a plot to know where to come get this. I don't care. I know it's here and I know how to get it. So we just skip all of that. Here comes Busted Thunderclap. Yep. But Padona is like the best town in the game, so I spend most of my time here. I mean, the blacksmith operation is here. Pretty much everything that you want is around. The warehouse, good shops. That's one thing I could say about the game that I actually don't like is Padona's so good that the rest of the towns aren't really all that worth it. Like, they don't add enough to the play. I should teach you Earth Magic. I never use it. Slowly petrify the user to boost defense. That sounds like something that'll get my money. I mean, if you're gonna get... I don't know what sort of magic elements you need. It really depends on what spell mix I want to be using when we unlock one. But you're leveling water. I already have water. Here, we're gonna get you Earth Magic. Because you seem to want to cast, so fuck it. Here's a heal. Convert enemies to money with a shining light from your fingertips. Oh boy, there's a spell. Hey Matt, we need this in ORPG. Well, they probably have the same success rate as, like, Lack of Mercy. Well, I guess I could wear the dolphin statue for a while. We lose it pretty soon. Is better than the fur vest. Fur vest is better than a tunic. The rest of this we could probably just sell off. Move, move. Move. I hate towns, villagers. Move. Well, sorry folks, there won't be a rapier user this time. Apparently we're going to be using scimitars. As if I'm not already doing one thing I'm not familiar with Commander mode, let's just double up. I think the spider's a craft item. We're gonna want to keep that. Wait, Tatiana. I have a full party, you ain't getting in. Also, the stuff you end up crafting through the blacksmithing here, they'll sell up at the top shop. Gold bat. You need a cudgel. What happened to my cudgel? I must have sold it. I need a gold bat. Although the armor shop might finally have other options. Nope. I know I don't have all the smiths yet. I'm also trying to remember where it sells a cudgel. I'd buy it for you, but you keep casting magic. We'll try to at least encourage you to use your spear. That's it. That's the best viable spear. I think one of these beach people is a mini gamer. Yeah. Let's see if we could buy anything down here. Macintosh Marientine. Whoa. I don't know if I can buy that out. Tropico Sugar. Well, Dolphor owns that. I'm definitely not buying that out. Cotton Fields gave me trouble. Peppers. Macintosh has a stranglehold down here. Let's see if we could get that Cotton Fields this time. You gotta make use of your resources somewhere. I can't request capital. I gotta be able to buy back my company. Alright, look. I'm gonna smile and it's gonna make a good impression. Or I could spend 7,000 bucks and tell them that their company sucks. Let's do that. I'm pulling too much money. Here's a refreshing smile. It didn't work. Company meeting. You guys are out of money. The president's gonna talk till he's blue in the face again, but it ain't gonna work. My bid's much better than what you have to offer. Okay, sorry. I'll have to throw down another, just a little bit. See if we can keep pushing. How did you find more money? Well, that went bust. That went bust. They're like, hold on, we can win. Nope. I bust 2 companies doing that. Where are you guys finding money to pull back? Mine. That kinda hurt. Yep, get beach folk now. Well, I lost money doing that. Well, it's the company's money, not mine. That's an in. I think I know where I can buy a Cujo. I gotta get Aki. Company people are unexpected. You can meet them anywhere. You never know who is actually a secret broker. Why, I'm sure someone here is. That fire temple is bullshit. But it has the easiest mix spell to find. Ah, fire magic. Fire magic's actually kind of unimpressive to me. I've never been too thrilled with it in RS3. That could also be because water is just so overpowered that, you know, nothing else just seems to compare in my eyes, but... There's Kuja. I have to buy Claudius back, otherwise without company backing, doing it alone is not gonna go very far. Though I suppose we really can't do the big storyline for the minigame. It's mostly just for fun. We're going to take Ben Santo Company. A local and trustworthy company. With a whole lot on the table up front. Boy, I don't have much. It's because I've really bellied up too many entities. Alright, I got more out of it. Inspiring justice talk. They were moved. I can't believe that worked. Hey. I'm not sure I've ever seen Smile work. The bid. These farms don't like me taking money off them. Although we should have this. Another successful bid. So, the problem with the Muse event is they're gonna force somebody out to run it. Actually thinking that's probably going to be Thomas, because he's not helping me as much as I would like. You know, that's an idea. We could probably trade Thomas out for Muse. I wonder if it's time. No. We haven't advanced enough for that event to trigger yet. But what we can do while I'm here is go get the, take the shortcut and see that the door is locked, and then we can go get the royal ring. just so I don't have to do that later either. I would have done it on the first trip down, but I forgot it was a thing. I forgot you had to talk to the door. It's all training in the end, though. And we need quest rank increased and a good bit more power. Oh my goodness, you used your spear. You heard me talking about replacing it. Ah, new enemies are out. Oh, he's gonna replace me. I better use the spear. Okay. Well, now that we dealt with Raiden from Mortal Kombat. Yeah, he got paid a cameo. There. Now I can go get the ring out of Lance. I disagree on the sprinting, but okay, I thought I let go of the button. Water arts are the most powerful magic in the game. Can't convince me otherwise. I mean, Perihelion's a busted-ass spell too, but she's gonna get that. Yes, please use other moves so I can make space for new moves later. You know what we could do is I could go get the ring, come back, and we can go try to get the first Unite spell so I can see how to make it. Because it'll be on the other side of that door in the second half of Demon King Palace. Or, that's Train Mysteria. Archfiend Palace, yes. Now, I'm planning to keep the boat running at least until that point. Normally, I'd be closing up in about a half hour, but I'm kind of in the groove at the moment, so we'll probably go at least until we get the Unite spell, which might be 11:30. Could get about another hour of things in. not fighting the boss down there. That's damn well not happening. But we'll go pillage as much as I can. Yeah, I reached the door, alright. It's probably Nora's. Yep, just because it's free magic defense. It's not really that good of an accessory overall, but we've got nothing else to have there. Oh man, we're buying a business. I'm gonna try to buy your farms. They look like the easiest thing for me to get now. We're gonna buy your brewery. Oh wow, you guys don't want to pay that up. But my farms will come close. That's a lot of money for a hospitality trip. I don't like you guys that much. You get a smile, and that's what you... Well, it worked! Oh, they threw more money. I'll throw more money too, then. Please stop finding money. I'm gonna buy your brewery whether you like it or not. I wonder how hard this would be to program. That was relatively painless. At over 5 million assets. Still have some capital we can throw if we ever needed to, but... Alright, down into hell. Yes, just very ominous. Well, time for Archfiend Palace, not time for me to fight them. I'll get, well, then again, you don't get a game over when you lose more of them. They just kind of kick you out. I'm laughing, you know. I could give it a go for the fun, if I can get there. The goal is to find the mixed spell, just so I remember how to, what I have to do for it. The Archfiend, though, that thing kicks my ass with like 400 plus HP, and we don't have that, so I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die. Thunderclap, battle one. One fish. You guys better not go ham on one fish. If I see Thunder Arts or Thunderclap come out, I'm gonna be mad. Wow, something lived through you. Well, they ain't living through this. Yeah, the second half. Let's see, so where is the spell? I know it's in one of these side rooms, I just can't remember which one. Wow, something lived through Thundercloud. Although I think there's a Death Shard down here, but I don't think I can win the fight to get it. Again, I've been saying that a lot. Here we are. We haven't actually lost. Sure like making Thomas use his magic. I'm glad I bought him that spear for him to use twice and then give up on it again. Look at him, he's in the cast hose again. Is that even gonna work? It shouldn't. They're hanging from the ceiling. That absolutely shouldn't work, but okay. I don't know. I just work here. That would be the last possible frame before they were aggroable enemies. Undine is champion. Told you all. Higher action belt. You know, I think this adds tag or strength. No, it's stamina. Yeah, it's stam. Nora, your stam is terrible, so +1 to that's anything. I'll take it. Kills your charisma, but I can't remember. Oh, I know charisma is like status ailment resist or something. Where is that spell? Ellen, you need to glimmer something. Really, a lot of you need to glimmer skills. This is kind of silly. Is not going to get you to glimmer skills. Stronger, sure, but we're not getting any abilities. Well, Khalid decided he wanted all of them, so there's at least that. He did well. Hey, fish scale. That means we can start upgrading armor again. There's a lot of fish scales in the game, so I'm not too worried about cashing that in for an armor upgrade. But for now, it's going to give me free stats. Alright, why not? We're due a game over. See yonder happy sky dragon? Tempest dragon. Oh, here's the glimmer for fucking meteor kick. One of the best martial arts skills in the game. Because you know I'm not gonna win this. Run? Dog! I found a farm. Hold up. I will have that meteor kick. Hi, Billy Dragon. You owe me rent. And most of my party's immune to water. Glimmer. Oh, why did you glimmer? I'll take anything you guys want to learn at this point, though. Yeah, this is how this is gonna be. And it's gonna regen for $799 for the water fuel. Brilliant. Splat. That's why I say killing the element field is very important on enemies that have the ability to regen off it. Well, now that I've found the company chicken, please stop feeding it more water. Use your solar arts. Commander mode AI. The only downside to this is you need to be able to complete the battle to have the mastery and chance kick in. And we aren't completing the battle. But I'm glimmering. So that's pretty big. We're moving on. Got a lot of glimmers. This Tempest Dragon inadvertently became our new chicken of the sea. Please use your solar arts, not water. It heals from water, you idiot. I think I've had enough. Wow, Backstab is one of the better moves. Dragon Tail's a 6, Gale Slash is an 8. Meteor Kick is such a good move, but it has a pretty high fail rate. Well, at least you people learned something. We will be back later to continue to understand the ways of the Tempest Dragon. I'm in here for a reason. But now that I have glimmers, my anger is lowered. Oh, now you idiots want to glimmer. Oh yeah, I have a spear. I should use it. I think. Yeah, I gotta go this way. Ah, it was me. Manually. But at least it keeps garbage out. Until I can do something. That's what I was saying about Meteor Kick's fail rate. But Meteor Kick has amazing damage on it, so I usually don't mind. Oh my goodness, 500 Orums. Wow. I walked through that? Okay. I was so confused, I stopped. Still going crazy. Miyako armor. Well, I've got to disable something. Because you can't learn anything else now. You really need to learn or master these so I can take them off. So, Artful Slash is going to have to go. Because I could put it back on since he hasn't mastered. Well, he's gonna be the main character because Saren's just gonna keep hiding in the back. So it's really his playthrough, which he is one of the main characters. So works for me. Praise Khalid. He's got this under control. Igneous Leather's so weak though. Considering the Miyako armor is 25-15. Immune to throw, and it's got wind resist on it. Yeah. Just cash it out for the better model here. Is that Dex +1? Is that Miyako? No. It can't be the Shell Bracers. It is the Shell Bracers. Whatever. Treasure diving the Archfiend Palace is definitely a good idea, though. We weren't beating the Tempest Dragon, so Farmy Billy we will see again in the future. There's a Cyclops down here too, which I also believe is going to be a Farmy Billy, but I mean, we'll check him out. We're going to say hi. There's a dragon, and I know the dragon's going to hate me. Oh my goodness, 500 arms. Yay. I'm looking for my spell. Wow, that thing's all up in Ellen's face. Back up a bit, dude. There's plenty of battlefield. Yeah, they're reflected in the floor. It's pretty neat too, because when you fight them, the monster sprite like folds up onto the normal terrain. I guess the history of RPG Maker and my time working with it hopefully counts enough for story time. It's kind of just thinking about it. I'm like, does that actually merit good enough for the channel point redemption for story time? I sort of crossed it with game development, which also bombed up. Man, the days of that RPG Maker 2000 game, Jason. Those simple days. Is this the way I came? Yes. That's the way I came. I think this is the boss. This isn't the spell. No, this is the Cyclops? That's the dragon. Hey, I've been promising a game over. Hermes the dragon here is not going to put up with our shit like the Tempest Dragon did. He's gonna breathe fire and just wipe us out. Wow. Undine ate it. Well, it's a flying dragon. You learn to move. So, I'm gonna consider this a victory. Get the fuck out of here. No game over there. Not with the 6th tier power seismic strike. Unexpected glimmer farm, apparently. Can't say this was a bad thing. Looking for my spell. Might be in here? An elderwood bow. Gee, too bad our archer hides outside of battle. Here, hold that just so it's not wasting inventory space. I could fight, but no, I'm gonna hide, because commander mode. Oh, an Edelweiss. Except I think an Edelweiss is a heal item. No? It might be a TP or SP heal item then. Like the Fruit Essence liquor. Well, the plants are immune to being watered. Pretty sure we could have figured that out ourselves. Will you quit clip? Riptide. Riptide on an enemy like that. This garbage tier enemy, and you pulled Riptide off it. You know, Undine, I gave you Solar Art so you'd use magic that would actually damage something else. I know water's great and all, but, you know, this is a good time for your Solar Arts. Why did you learn Riptide? And you didn't master D-Split, which would have helped. I gotta take something off, and it's gonna have to be parry. Because unlike SaGa Frontier, parry's not exactly the most useful ability in RS3. In SaGa Frontier, Deflect is one of the most powerful abilities you can learn. I forgot to check the Edelweiss. Nah, that's fine. He better not. I mean, if he gets it back and then masters it in the same usage, I'll consider that a plus. But... block. Wow, full zero block from shield block. Interesting. Enemies can unite attack. Ow. I'm not sure I've ever seen that in all the years I've played RS3. Well, I ain't gonna do it with him stunned. Oops. Look, you stupid Minotaurs, you have way more health than you need. The only reason you're not getting thunderclapped is because Undine's out of MP. Axe. They have a drop? I mean, it's an axe. I don't quite care exactly, but I'm interested in what it is. Wow, it has Final Strike on it, 30 attack. That's actually pretty decent. Ah, and Edelweiss is party SP. Okay. Makes sense. A Wondrous Bangle. The legendary scroll for the fusion spell Light Wall. There it is. Halves incoming damage. Damages the front row of the enemies and places the casters in triangle. Let's see, so you need any magic, sun magic, any magic, moon magic, Byaku. Sun Moon Bianco. Alright, well... someone's gonna have to become a third caster eventually. Sun Moon. Well... you'd be the sun in that. You're gonna have... no, you used Bianco already. Who else has a decent match score? Lol. Nobody. Hey, Ellen, you want to be the third mage? I'm gonna have to teach you, Lunar or Bianco. We'll see about that. Well, we can do it now. Are you the Cyclops? Yup. Alright, Glimmer Pinata. Although I don't think the Cyclops has an element it can regen from. Giant, then. Well, you really hate it, dude. Here we go. Ouch. I mean, we got what we came in here for. I wanted to get the spell. Anything else now is just bonus. Yep, it's regen, and then it's formation, commander mode regen. Ah, she's fine. 3 LP's plenty. Now to run like a coward. Well, Nora got something out of it. I can't beat any of the treasure block boss. So... that'll be for a return trip later on. That's almost worth the brick emote for that one. Giant wrench. I should go back to playing Parasite E2 again. I want to make sure I don't start slipping skill. And we haven't played since I hit the 125 time. So we need to keep working on bringing that timer down. I'd like it to get it down to about 114, 113 if I'm lucky. There's still a lot of tricks and manipulations that I'm not too good at doing yet, especially involving the hypervelocity cannon. Glimmer! About time. The hypervelocity cannons is such a pain in the ass to aim properly for the ANMC generator bosses, to be able to hit the computer behind them. Although, strangely, the hard, what the community usually says is the hard one to hit is the giant ANMC fight, the one Eve controls before gas chamber battle that I hate. And I have no problems lining that shot up. The giant ANMC is a joke. I just can't hit the generators in their computers. And so, finally, we start seeing glimmers. And Undine having MP means she's busted as shit as again. Anyone want to debate that water magic is not broken and the most powerful art? I'll get some other arts. We have Earth on Thomas. Undine is so powerful in water. Will you please master D-Split? I haven't healed your ability to use other skills specifically so you'd learn this and I can take it off. Learning almost every other move in the game. Oh man, $52 for that one. I think this is the boss, or it's the next room. It's this one. Spoilers, I'm not winning this. Need backup. You shield blocked and still took over 200 damage. And then that. Branding iron. That's the move that sucks. There, see? We finally lost. That's why I don't fight this thing before I have about 400 some HP. But on the plus side, it's a free teleport out of there. Because losing those battles isn't a game over. I don't have to walk out now. Believe it or not, that was intentional. Like I said, we were going to fight him, and I did say earlier that it's not a game over. But yes, indeed. The 4 great bosses of the game are not fun. One of them we're gonna fight Dragon back, and that will be fun. And there's our LP back to normal. LP isn't so much of a problem. Undine's gonna have it the worst since she only has 7 total. But even if a character LP dies, you can just go recruit him again. It just throws him out of the party. I wonder if any in the spell formation means I don't need somebody casting magic. I would like scale armor, please. Here is a fish scale. Yay, my bat. This rapier? Guess? Just so you guys keep doing something? Is this bat good? No. All that work for a golden bat. It sucks. You're supposed to be able to remind me about my spells. I know she could teach you the unique magic each biscuit you close. There we go, fusion spells. So we know Light Wall. Aurora, I know we can't do yet. That's Snowman Land that I was talking about back in the earlier part of the stream. Powerful spells is unlocked each time you close an Abyss Gate. So what do we need for Light Wall? Tri-anchor with Sun, Moon, Miyako. Okay. Sun, Moon, Miyako. Is there anyone around that'll actually teach that in this city? Well, Moon, we can get into Doa, or Midori. Could also gotten it back into Doa. So it's Tri-anchor, Sun, Moon, Miyako. So Moon would be that. Alright, Alan, you're learning Moon magic. Well, Lunar, whatever. And now you're a shop. Or now you're a, what's it, a broker. Damn it! I say Padoa is the best city in the game. Alright, Ellen. You're gonna learn lunar magic, which I usually never do. For you, anyways. I don't teach you magic nearly ever. Actually, you know what? I don't want you to do it. I'd rather Nora do it, because I don't want Ellen doing anything but martial arts. You and Nora have the same match score anyways. What the hell do I care? 14 plus 1, 15. Yeah, well, close enough. Now, I would like to see this spell before I close up, because I've never cast any of these. But this is probably going to be the last thing we do tonight. Lots of treasure caves in this area. Not really anything of great value, but I just know I can get in the fights here. Use a fusion spell that deals damage. Ah, so there's another fusion spell just for being in this lineup. I'm gonna have to study Commander Mode for sure. But we need points in Commander Mode, I see, because we have 1 of 9. We have to build up to be able to cast, like, Light Ball. Okay. I guess that's to keep you from just going spam heavy with them. I need a fight that's actually gonna live, though. Sure ain't gonna be this. I want to be able to throw meteors and things. I didn't know there were more Unite spells than just the, what you pull out of the box. Hey, another fish scale. Well, we weren't separated from that for very long. Look, I need a whole round to be able to go through. We gotta get, commander points, I guess. I see how they went up from previous fights, just... now the enemies have to live. Oh boy, something lived. Well, let's try this Zodiac Ball. Ellen? I hate both of you. Muse would be a far better choice. Her magic stat is much better than Nora's, but... I don't really know if we should cash Nora out at this point. She's got some good club skills, finally. Now can I throw meteors at things? Never got to see any of this fusion magic. Because commander mode required. That is badass. Didn't do much damage like I was figuring, but then again, Nora's terrible at spells. That had to be entirely carried by Undine. That was pretty cool. A lot more meteors fell than I thought it would, too. I figured it'd just be a quicker animation than that. Well, if we get Muse and replace Nora, Nora goes back to the workshop and will, you know, just be there working. Give me something to do with rapiers. Let's try Light Wall. Assuming you two don't kill the slugs. Well, it's supposed to be a damage reduce, which, you know, would make sense. Make enemies defenseless. Also deals damage to the front row of the enemy. The enemies at higher levels. Okay, so it's still a lower level version. Which makes sense, because Nora has level 0 lunar arts. Yeah, okay. I understand now. So yeah, maybe Nora will be the one we replace from Muse. Ain't gonna be Khalid. I just can't move him. Not the way he's been. And Thomas is our other mage. Just a quick check to see if I can even do the Muse event yet. We've gained some power. I'm not actually worried about the battle in there anymore. This is roughly the kind of HP I'm used to having for it. Well, not yet. The event auto-triggers when you walk in. We probably have to do a few more quests to bring up our QR. But that's fine. It'll give me time to investigate how Commander Mode actually does its functions and shit. So, let's buy one more company for the night, and then that'll be it. Show of Wonders, yeah. Show of Wonders is how you get Peony to join you. You don't even have to do it through the minigame, just I'm surprised it's in it. Archfiend Palace is an entertainment. How do you get entertainment out of that place? Yeah, you lose money and you lose patrons for having Show of Wonders. But you get a lot of entertainment. let's... I'm not going to be able to buy the shipyards. See if we can get Raphael Trading back under our hat. Fix that a bit. Ouch! No. Wait, when did I get Claudius back? Stefan Brewery brought it back. Drop them! Okay, you're dropping them too. I'll drop it again. So will you. Wow, well, that's gonna bust if I pull from them again. Drop my own capital. They just dropped 4 mil. Wow. They do not want bought out. Wow. They were like, oh no. I said I want to buy a company. Now there's a way to get back to the... Thought there was a way to get back to the menu. The title screen. Well, it kind of hurt. Ah, the carnival. It's random where this shows up to, in a whole bunch of towns at a certain point in the game. This is also how you get Peony to join you. The fairy. Peony, for some reason, is absolutely terrible at magic, but she's incredible with a bow. I'd have figured a fairy would have been good at magic, but what do I know? Not solar magic. After freeing Peony, you go down to close to where the Fire Temple is. Where is it? Aki. Get onto the city. I hate this maps of this place. You head here and you head into the jungle and you can go talk to Peony again in the fairy village. I know there's one more step to get Peony to join you after that. Free her from the carnival, you meet her. She's the only one that tells you where the hell to go. Because the jungle is a looping maze. And it's all based on, like, butterfly colors to get through it properly. I think all you have to do is make it to the fire temple, and then you can go back and get Peony to join you. I think you just have to be able to step inside it. But Peony is a really good character, truth be told. Sure wish I could remember how to get back to the title screen. I was doing it so much earlier by mistake. Return to title, yes. I think, do you have Peony? Yeah. Oh, I already named somebody Saren before. But yeah, Peony is not good at magic. Very, 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 very fast and unnaturally strong for a fairy. Makes really good for bow and spear. Don't know why not good at magic. Is fairy, should cast spell, but no. But yeah, I figured I'd at least be able to show off Peony for a moment there. Snowman is not really too useful, I always felt. It's kind of just there for formation. It also has one of those undisequipable armor slots that I don't like in characters, much like Tatiana having one. Because you can come up here eventually. You use the Aurora, which we saw talked about for a moment, to be able to reach Frostburg, which is an entire city of snowmen. But, oh yeah, there's a button, or there's a command that just auto-dash. I forgot about that. I was holding the button down all day. But you come out here to Ice Galaxy, which has the eternal... Oh, I'm on a different save. I loaded up a different file. Because I wanted to show off Peony's stats. This was a Monica main. But yeah, Ice Galaxy has the eternal freeze ice sword, whatever the hell it's called. The Everfrost blade, that's it. Very powerful great sword in the game. We'll be coming out here later in our actual save too. But yeah, that's at least the first step here today for as much commander only as the game permits. Since there are times where the party change is different and it's not totally avoidable 100%. Commander mode is interesting, I'll give it that. At least I've got to see some of the fusion spells finally. Definitely going to see more of it. And yeah, RS3 I absolutely adore. I really wish they'd give it the treatment that Revenge of the Seven got. Because Revenge of the Seven's a beautiful game. Despite me not owning it, I've definitely watched people play it. Wish I owned it. But yeah, thanks all for hanging out, enjoying the night, and we will definitely pick up RS3 again until I can correct some other games to fix back into the fold. And I did get that file off of MF, So I'll be able to run the proper mod of his that I want to do this time at some point. So I'll catch you all again. Thank you and good night.